Good morning. Please take your seats. We'll start. We have first group of this morning. They're prepared to give their presentation. Before we proceed, Sharon, have some housekeeping.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of the Pond Inlet public hearing. Just a couple housekeeping items as normal. Emergency exits, 2 on the left side, 1 on the right. Coffee, tea, snacks, please help yourself. Please turn your cell phones on mute. And again, the proceedings are being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, Isuma TV, and Facebook. So please be aware of that. As well as we have a number of presentations today, and we will assess how we're doing for time. Whether or not we do an evening session, we'll be advising by mid-afternoon for that. With that, Mr. Chair, to all the new delegates that arrived late yesterday, welcome. And we're glad to see so many people here. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. First item on this morning, Nunawatungavik. Well, just stick to our procedures, state your name, the organization you represent. It's the same procedure in our public hearing from the past weeks. Whenever you're ready, please. Thank you, Chair.
David Ningyungan
David Ningyungan, Executive Director, and the colleagues with me are, and they will be introducing themselves, if that's okay with you, Chair. Pawing out environment. Good morning. Mary Below, lawyer, NTI.
Nera Gonzalez,
Mary Gonzalez, NTI. Good morning, Hana Onioksaga, Self-Government Director, NTI, Akaluit. Proceed, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Pond Inlet, for welcoming us. It's nice to be here. And the community delegates sitting on the table with us during the Nunavut Planning Commission public hearing. And they're here to listen to further amend their Nunavut land use plan. We have a presentation, and it will be English. If that's okay with you, Chair, we'll proceed now. As I mentioned, I'm David Ningyungat, Nunawutungavik.
Also presented at the public hearings in Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, and Thompson, Manitoba, and will be presenting at the final public hearings in Iqaluit next month. I would like to acknowledge the community representatives. You play a very important part in the creation of Nunavut Land Use Plan, and Nunavut Tungavik wants to make sure you are involved as much as possible in the land use planning process. We are listening very closely to the input of community representatives at these hearings, and we will be taking into account your views in our submission. We have some concerns with current draft plan and would like to see amendments, but overall, we believe we can achieve a final Nunavut land use plan. We congratulate the commissioners and staff for all the work they have done with the draft Nunavut land use plan and encourage them to continue to work hard on revisions to the plan. It is Nunavut Tungavik's mandate to ensure that obligations in the Nunavut Agreement are fulfilled and Inuit rights fully respected. This includes the right of Inuit to be actively involved in this process and in all decision-making over the use, management, and conservation of lands in Nunavut. For the land use planning process to succeed, it is necessary that there is the active and informed participation of Inuit as envisioned in the Nunavut Agreement. Nunavut Tungavik is here to support community representatives that are presenting their views, concerns, knowledge to the Commission for the creation of Nunavut Land Use Plan. Nunavut Tungavik also has other important Nunavut Agreement responsibilities, including supporting wildlife management, Inuit harvesting, and managing Inuit subsurface lands for the benefit of all Inuit. Nunavut Tungavik has actively participated in all Commission's land use planning steps, including technical sessions and the previous hearings. We are providing recommendations on draft Nunavut land use plan to assist in realizing a final Nunavut land use plan. Nunavut Tungavik, like the governments of Canada and government of Nunavut, is an approval body for the final Nunavut land use plan and has responsibility to ensure that it reflects the views and priorities of Inuit. I look forward to hearing the views, concerns, and recommendations of all the participants at this hearing. Having a Nunavut land use plan in place is important for Inuit and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. We need a plan in place to guide land and resource use for the benefit of Inuit and communities for a prosperous future. We are all striving to ensure a Nunavut land use plan is established. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, like many participants, have concerns with the current draft Nunavut land use plan, and revisions will have to be made to reach consensus on a final plan. We believe that Nunavut land use plan should focus on issues that are most important to Inuit. For the land use planning process to be successful, We must try to reach a consensus on how best to protect our wildlife while planning for economic activities in a manner that is acceptable to Inuit. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated is advocating for a plan that complies with the Nunavut Agreement and supports maintaining healthy wildlife populations, Inuit harvesting, access to country food, and reflects Inuit Kauyumayatokangit. It is also important that the right for Inuit to manage Inuit-owned lands is maintained. The Nunavut Agreement provides Inuit the right to decide what activities occur on Inuit-owned lands, and the Nunavut Land Use Plan must respect this right. We have heard clearly at this hearing that wildlife is very important and that there are many concerns about the impacts of increased marine shipping and especially cruise ships. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated will be considering how to address these important issues in our final submission. Nunavut Tungavik recognizes the important role that hunter and trappers organization, regional wildlife organizations, as well as regional Inuit associations play in managing our wildlife and lands and in establishing the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Nunavut Tungavik's vision is for our organizations to work together to protect wildlife in the Nunavut Land Use Plan while also preserving control over Inuit-owned lands for the benefit of Inuit. We recognize the concerns and knowledge provided by hunter and trappers organizations, the Qikiqtani Wildlife Board, and the Qikiqtani Inuit Association at this hearing, and we will consider how to better reflect this knowledge in our final submission. For specific designations in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, Nunavut Tungavik supports the Commission's approach to protecting polar bear denning areas and walrus haul-out sites. For migratory bird areas, we are asking for more control over how protection is provided on Inuit-owned lands. For caribou habitat, we recognize that there are regional differences and that each region may require its own approach. Here in the Qikiqtani, we have heard that Inuit knowledge shows that there are caribou areas missing from the draft plan that must be incorporated. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated remains optimistic that an approach for caribou protection can be agreed upon in each region. The right for Nunavut Tungavik and the regional Inuit associations to manage Inuit-owned lands is a crucial part of the Nunavut Agreement. Inuit land ownership and management rights are fundamental to Inuit self-determination and economic self-sufficiency as envisioned in the Nunavut Agreement. Unfortunately, these critical rights are impacted greatly by the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. For example, although Nunavut Tungavik only holds 1.8% of subsurface lands in Nunavut on behalf of Inuit, the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan limits activities on 43% of that small percentage of land owned by Inuit. Nunavut Tungavik wants to keep an appropriate level of decision-making authority over Inuit-owned lands with Inuit. Nunavut Tungavik is calling on the Commission to adopt distinct plan requirements over Inuit-owned lands to reduce the impact of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan on the land management rights of Inuit. Nunavut Tungavik believes that wildlife protection measures can be achieved without having the effect of restricting Inuit management responsibility over close to 50% of Inuit-owned lands. Another issue that is important to Nunavut Tungavik is that the Nunavut Land Use Plan support the governments in meeting their legal obligations under existing Inuit impact and benefit agreements. The plan requirements in the Nunavut Land Use Plan should not interfere with fulfillment of obligations to Inuit committed to by government in Inuit impact and benefit agreements. For example, the Government of Canada has committed in an Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement to allowing applications to conduct activities on Inuit-owned lands within a national wildlife area and migratory bird sanctuaries that must be recognized within the Nunavut Land Use Plan. It is our understanding that the Government of Canada may count areas zoned as limited use areas in the Nunavut Land Use Plan towards meeting their international commitments for protecting lands and waters by 2025. Nunavut Tungavik believes that the Nunavut Land Use Plan cannot be used as a tool for long-term conservation without Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements being negotiated. This would contravene the intention in the Nunavut Agreement for Inuit to receive benefits when the government establishes conservation areas. As stated earlier, Nunavut Tungavik is requesting that the Commission revise the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan 2021 before submitting a final Nunavut Land Use Plan for approval. Nunavut Tungavik believes that Nunavut Land Use Plan should provide for wildlife protection measures while allowing Inuit to retain decision-making for Inuit-owned lands. We are calling on the Commission to make revisions that support healthy wildlife populations, Inuit harvesting, and the goal of Nunavut Tungavik and the regional Inuit associations of retaining decision-making and management rights over Inuit-owned lands in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. We are certain that this can be achieved in collaboration with hunter and trapper organizations, regional wildlife organizations, the Commission, and the governments. In closing, I want to stress that the land use planning process requires that active and informed participation and support of Inuit. It is important that the community representatives and all Inuit participants provide their views and knowledge on Commission's proposals. The Nunavut Land Use Plan will be in place for many years and must reflect the priorities and wishes of Inuit and residents of Nunavut.
Thank you, Chair. I have concluded my presentation. I am done for now. Other delegates at the table. A question to NTI. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from Nunavut-Tungavik for your presentation today. You've indicated the preference for a distinct approach on Inuit-owned lands generally in the Nunavut Land Use Plan, and you've also indicated support for, in particular, the draft plan's approach to polar bear denning areas as well as walrus haulouts. I note that polar bear denning areas are conditional use areas with no prohibitions, but the walrus haulouts do come with some prohibitions within a 1 kilometer buffer of the landward side of these walrus haulouts. Are you able to clarify whether NTI's support for both polar bear denning and walrus haulouts extends to Inuit-owned lands for these two particular issues? Thank you.
Nada will answer your question.
Nada Gonzalez, Nunavut-Tungavik.
Nada Gonzalez.
So for a number of submissions on walrus haulout sites, there has been agreement that for a limited number of IOLs that there could be an exception to what we're proposing. So there's every indication that the Regional Inuit Association still agree with that approach and are willing for those exceptional sites to have those IOLs as limited use. Unless there's some change in position, that is what we're saying.
No further question from the staff. Brian? Thank you, Chair. Brian Agluka, Nunavut Planning Commission.
I'm wondering if you can confirm, or the Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated can confirm with your position on the 2021 draft plan that you consulted with the Inuit of Nunavut before your submission.
Thank you. Please answer
Marie
the question.
Nunavut-Tungavik. Can you
Marie Bello.
express what's the rationale for that question, please?
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat what you're saying?
Marie Bello, Nunavut-Tungavik.
Marie Bello.
Can you express what's the rationale for that question, please?
Thank you, Chair. Nunavut-Tungavik has been guardian under
all the communities in the Nunavut territory. And the position that the Nunavut-Tungavik holds at this moment is somewhat different from what we hear from the community levels. So I'm wondering if you can explain to the commissioners how the NTI has come to this position on the draft plan. So, iman na kay, nunalig miuta no
The communities have been consulted by
the
NTI before you made your submission. Any of you can answer the question.
Nita Gonzalez with Nunavut Tungavik.
Nina Gonzalez.
So there are a number of ways that Nunavut Tungavik does speak to Inuit. There is through the work with hunters and trappers organizations that happens, that Nunavut Tungavik does, and with the regional wildlife organizations. On the land use plan, there is a reliance on the regional associations to a great extent, and the consultations that they have been doing, and I think we'll be hearing more about the consultations that the Kikitani Inuit Association is having with HTOs, or with hunters and trappers organizations. Also, NTI has reached out in writing to hunters and trappers organizations recently on wildlife issues, and particularly the migratory bird sites and how those could be managed with hunters and trappers organizations. That letter would have gone out, I believe, in September, so it's a desire to work with the hunters and trappers organizations on how to resolve some of these issues in the land use plan. Yanamik.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To add to the statement, NTI last year in Patalamute held a meeting for the communities in Kibalil regarding caribou and wildlife, regarding the concerns of the people. And this spring in Kibalil, we held community meetings. NTI was trying to understand about the caribou situation, and if the communities had other concerns regarding wildlife. And during spring, in June, we had a meeting in Qarawit with invited guests from the communities. So NTI has consulted the people regarding wildlife, but I do know that the associations did visit the communities for consultations, and this was part of the whole thing. We worked together with them, and we looked into what they learned from the consultations, since we've been working on this up to today, and I wanted to clarify that. So that's the situation, if it was understandable. Brian, thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair.
It would be very helpful for the commissioners and the commission if you can provide the minutes of those meetings you had with the QA organizations. I want to go back to Nadine's response with regards to her comment about communicating and consulting with the regional associations. What we've learned over the last few weeks is that the regional Inuit association's position on certain matters in the draft plan versus what the Inuit at the community level would like to see in the draft plan is totally different. So I'm wondering how the NTI will deal with that issue. And I guess one more question, if I may. Are you confident as an Inuit body representing the Inuit of Nunavut that you have the full support of Inuit or support of Inuit in your position on the draft plan?
Thank you. Go ahead and answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brian, for your question. The organizations, the associations, and the wildlife HTOs, we work with them in the communities to better understand what will be in the plan stages for NPC they were going to obstruct Inuit rights on the land. And we were wondering if the Inuit fully understood that situation, and we asked about it when we visit the communities, whether the planning committee is making sure the communities understand what is being planned for. We weren't sure about that. And we can see on the maps NPC's plans, and Inuit-owned lands are about 48%. You won't be able to do anything on those lands. Did Inuit understand that this was going to happen if NPC planned it that way? And so I believe we can ask NPC if the Inuit understood fully what was happening, and planning is a huge, important part for our future. And within the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, this plan will definitely bring obstacles, and so I know that there can be many adjustments later on, and so we're really concerned about that as an NTI. Within NTI, Inuit rights may be blocked or hindered in the plan. We're really concerned about that with respect to NPC's plans. And with the way the planning process is not really set up, we will have less rights within Nunavut. We're really concerned about that. If I made myself clear, Mr. Chair, thank you. Go ahead, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'll have a question. What you're talking about, Inuit rights, it's becoming new these days. And Inuit are only hearing about Inuit rights these days. I don't know why you're waiting for them. If you need to teach Inuit about Inuit rights, it will take a while to plan for that. We've been planning for that for a long time. And ever since 2012, 2016, and 2021, with the draft plan, and which you've seen, the Inuit rights were starting to emerge. And you're saying that Inuit will need to be trained about their rights because they don't understand what that is. And why is it you're only bringing this up now? If you could understand my statement, thank you. Thank you, Brian. Go ahead. Thank you, David. NTI. I keep forgetting to state my name. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Yep, thank you. That's a great question. After the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement came up, Inuit rights have been used right up to today. But when these plans are being worked on, we community organizations, according to what we've heard, the plans need strength within the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. And so for these things that are being planned, Inuit have strengths in their rights within the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. And this will continue to the future, using Inuit rights as our strengths, which have been recognized for Nunavut. And that's how we'll be planning this, if you understand my statements. Thank you. Okay, addition to that. Thank you, Hana Unelsa.
Brian, you know that NTI has been observing and listening to NPC's community consultations over the years that have helped inform NTI's submissions over the years. We have amended our submissions, added new information as NTI works with the Nunavut Inuit Wildlife Advisory Committee, the regional wildlife organizations, regional Inuit associations' interactions with the HTOs that help inform NTI's submissions on the varying draft land use plans, and NTI's participation in observing those community consultations are on the NPC record.
Thank you. Are you done with Brian, Jonathan, if you have any other questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again for the comments in regards to the previous questions. David, during your response, you indicated that on Inuit-owned lands that were impacted by limited use designations, that nothing could occur on those lands. I would like to note that there's a particular list of predominantly industrial activities that would not be permitted on some limited use areas, including things like mineral exploration, oil and gas exploration and production, and things like that. I wonder if NTI would be able to provide any comments on the value they see in other forms of land use activities and economic development opportunities, including things like tourism or commercial fisheries or other activities that would be permitted on these limited use designations. Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond.
That might be a question that requires a little bit of looking into for specific uses that you mentioned and that list of particular Inuit-owned lands that have certain permitted uses. So we might have to come back and respond to that question. However, the concern we have about Inuit-owned lands and the effect that the land use plan has on those Inuit-owned lands is a concern as landowners on behalf of all Inuit, and it doesn't dictate any particular outcome for those Inuit-owned lands. As we know, there is a process that needs to be followed to determine what will happen on Inuit-owned lands. And in previous public hearings, we've expressed that process where NTI, when there's a particular application for a particular Inuit-owned land, we look to the Regional Inuit Association to see if that parcel is open or closed. How that is determined is through consultation by the Regional Inuit Association with the Community Beneficiary Committee or the Community Lands and Resource Committee. Those types of determinations are made. So when we express concerns about Inuit-owned lands, it doesn't mean that they will all be developed, that everything is going to be permitted or allowed on those, but it's a matter of Inuit and landowners being able to maintain that authority and responsibility on those Inuit-owned lands, as it is something that was that Inuit have negotiated in the Nunavut Agreement, and it's something as Nunavut Tungavik and as landowners that we definitely want to protect to some extent.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding me. I forgot to mention that when you have a question, if you can't respond right away, you can respond later or through letters. But please feel free to try and answer the questions that you can. I apologize for forgetting to remind you. If you want to respond, you can do so with letters. Thank you. Jonathan? Are you done, Jonathan? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Marie, for the response to that question. Just as a little bit of a supplementary, I'd also note that in my question I flagged a number of examples of projects that would be allowed within limited use areas in response to the comments that nothing would be allowed, the phrase that was used. I'd also flag for your consideration that those projects that are authorized on Inuit-owned land or any lands are able, under the Nunavut Agreement, to, of course, infringe on Inuit rights of access for harvesting and traditional uses, and that, of course, limited use designations themselves do not impose any restrictions on community land use and traditional activities. So that, again, if that can be factored into your consideration of the other types of uses that could occur on limited use designations, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. This mostly a statement, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halwak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. Thank you for your presentation. And the Commission voices your noting that working together to find options and solutions is the only way that we're going to move forward. In listening to the questions and the responses, I'm wondering if NTI could provide guidance or a suggestion or a solution to commissioners or to the Commission, and maybe it'll be part of your written submission, but with regards to the varying opinions, you have been present at all of the public hearings, and you've heard the diverse views of Inuit differing from the Inuit organizations and the NTI and government positions. We've also heard the community members telling us to listen to them and to hear their voices. And they're, as Brian stated, very different with what they want, specifically with regards to caribou management and including on IOL and all lands. Can NTI provide guidance or a solution to the Commission of how the Commission can move forward, ensuring that we're following our mandate and giving great weight to where we should be giving it? Excuse me. And how the Commission should move forward with this, specifically with your recommendations with IOL, the protection of caribou, and the other areas if they're not included in the land use plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead and respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Neal with NTI. Thank you for your question, Sharon. When I was giving my presentation, I said that all the statements made from the communities we visited, we were listening. We even went to Thompson, Manitoba to listen to the Indigenous First Nations. And so we will need to take their concerns into consideration. All the statements made in Baffin Island, we were listening to the statements made. We understand the statements that are being made. We understand that any concerns and our hearings and what we're listening to the statements, and here in Pond Inlet, if we hear them, we can bring up amendments. You know that as the Commission, NTI's organization will be signing on part of this agreement for the federal government, along with the Nunavut and federal governments. taking part in the process. And as I said before, in the Khatamir region, well, in the divided community, from the organizations, what we hear are not quite similar to the other statements. And so with these differences in mind, NTI will bring something up in a way that works best for everybody, and we will bring this up to NPC before January 10. So this is just a supplementary to Sharon's question. Thank you. Thank you. Sharon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halowick, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. I also want to acknowledge and thank NTI for your presence, your team, also sending your elected officials, Mr. James Italuk, to the other hearings. And we note that your president is here listening, and the commissioners respect that very much, that you've sent your elected officials along with the large team, and that you're working with us on this file. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any questions from the staff. Before we move on to the community questions, I want to remind everybody, please make your question short, and I will also see a show of hands. So if you have any questions regarding the presentation, I will ask the community members if anybody has any questions. Thank you. If we need more names, we'll start with Larry. Go ahead.
Larry Aulrup, Queensfield,
This is just a statement, Mr. Chair, a short statement. I just want to say that during the hearing, we've been waiting a long time for the plan. We should have had this plan finished a long time ago, but of course Nunavut is very big and the plan is still not completed yet. Its rights and authorities in the plan are many, and one of the most important ones. I don't want to wait too long with respect to me being represented for the plan. We understand we won't come to all agreements in all matters, but there will be amendments, and I really wish that the NPC plan be completed by 2023. But it definitely needs to go forward with our agreements, because our agreement had not been a part of it for a long time, and it was an important part of the process. And so I'm urging people, let's try and really finish this plan and sign it and make sure it goes ahead. We will be able to make amendments to it. Thank you. Thank you. That was not a question. It was more a statement. Thank you. Sakesi. Sakesi Akarno from Arctic Bay, representing the Hamlet organization. I was on a wildlife committee too, but I do have a question. Do we have any wildlife board or DFO representatives here in the hearing? That was my first question. Go ahead and respond. I'm Paul Law from NTI. We don't have any representation from the Kitara Wildlife Board or the Nunavut Management Board. I apologize. But I do want to make a statement. Inuit traditional knowledge says wildlife aren't owned by no man. No man owns wildlife according to Inuit traditional knowledge, but within Nunavut, or especially on Baffin Island, west, especially the marine wildlife, the Nunavut Wildlife Board, because they're divided up into the communities or regions, it seems like wildlife are being owned by people. And I have wanted to express that. I went to a meeting with representing the Wildlife Board. The quotas given out for narwhal aren't fair. I said that. And I told them, you need to fix the quota to the community's needs. And the chair responded, only if approved by the Wildlife Board. You need to take Inuit traditional knowledge and use it more. I was shocked last year. The communities of Pond Inlet and Arctic Bay are very close together, and we share the same narwhal population. During the whole time Baffin Island was operating, the community members of Pond Inlet the wildlife of Pond Inlet will change, and they already have changed. Inuit traditional knowledge, for example, is all, encompasses all. Last year, some community members went to Arctic Bay to hunt narwhal. They brought narwhal tags along from Pond Inlet. And this was when we had lots of narwhal in the area. And when they arrived to Arctic Bay, the Arctic Bay wildlife people looked at the matter. They asked DFO about the matter. And we were told that if the Pond Inlet people caught narwhal in Arctic Bay, those would be removed from Arctic Bay's quota, and we would have less narwhal. This was the first time our Pond Inlet people had gone over there to hunt narwhal, and they were just turned away empty-handed. With respect to Inuit traditional knowledge, that was a terrible thing to do. The hunters are our fellow humans, and that they should be allowed to go hunt pretty much anywhere. They are fellow human beings, so I want provisions made for them. So that's my question, and I'm expressing my thoughts too. Thank you. Thank you. If you wish to respond. Yes, thank you, Panga NTI. Yep, that's not the first time we've heard about this. We've heard this more than once, that it's not a good thing. The Wildlife Board makes rules for all wildlife regardless if they're terrestrial or marine. And that was set up way in the past. So the Wildlife Board decides on wildlife quotas for winter, spring, summer. We did not immediately agree with it when it was brought up. We felt the quotas were agreed to by the Wildlife Board, and in the agreement it specifically states that Wildlife Board will make these rules, and we had no choice but to follow them. For example, if you bought a tag from here, and if you were agreed to by the Wildlife Board to hunt, but they're still going to remove tags from the quota, we we haven't really been able to deal with that issue too much, but we do have committees for Narwhal, and we always bring this issue up. In the communities of Arctic Bay and Pond Inlet, we say that they share the one narwhal population, and DFO always listen to their researchers, and we're trying to push that the narwhal population be recognized as one for Arctic Bay and Pond Inlet, and the Narwhal Committee will be meeting again in the future, and I just want to say that. Thank you. That's it for the statements. Naaman? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naaman Inral, HTO Pond Inlet. While he's talking about Narwhal, I will ask a question regarding Narwhal. And after that, I'll have other questions to NTI. As Sakesi stated, hunting has broken Inuit traditional knowledge, and it's also included in Article 5 within the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. If a hunter can pretty much anywhere in the community, that rule is broken by DFO. And some of the HTOs just start following that rule. And the hunters too also break rules within Article 5. How are you pushing that the hunters be better protected? Hunters' rights be better protected. What are you doing about that with respect to Article 5 rules that are being broken? Thank you. Thank you, Bon NTI. Sorry. So DFO and the Wildlife Board, NTI, and Kikatala Wildlife Board, they cooperate together. They work together under what is called co-management. And within that co-management, our rights, we try to protect our rights, be that as it may. When we're under co-management situation, when the Wildlife Board, we always discuss these matters during their meetings, Inuit rights. But after they have made a directive, it usually becomes hard to make changes to those directives. And anybody can attend those Wildlife Board meetings, anybody. Our work, our agreement, we try to protect them, protect our rights. And so we had brought up a subcommittee for Narwhal. We call them the Narwhal Working Group. And we keep expressing our rights in the meetings. But when you're under a co-management system, we can't really do anything about directives made by the Wildlife Board. but we need to support and protect our Inuit. Thank you. Our people. Thank you. Go ahead, Naaman. Naaman Inoa, HTO Pond Inlet. Yep. Dealing with wildlife and the environment are a huge deal within Article 5. And the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement is set up that they will keep things going for the people they represent and the environment people and the communities, the HTOs. They have very weak strengths and authorities, but their mandate is huge to deal with the environment and wildlife. When we have to work by ourselves, we are allotted very few monies to the HTOs. How can we get to the point where we can support ourselves? And what's happening? What are you doing about that? Thank you. Those are my questions regarding wildlife. Go ahead and respond. Thank you, Paolo NTI. Yeah, it's obvious now that we're getting more matters to deal with and more matters to deal with respect to wildlife. And our governments and DFO or environment rules, they keep bringing more rules to the working committees. Monies were provided for 3 years for the, HTOs, Right now we're negotiating with the federal government. This is the first time monies for the HTOs and for the territorial organizations. We had requested that we get more monies. We're starting negotiations, but just the beginning. Thank you. Philip? Naaman, are you done? Philip, over there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Philip Manok from Greece Fjord, representing the HTO. So I have a question regarding Inuit-owned lands. If somebody wanted to do a project, for example, an oil exploration company or a mining company, or a person with a business, if they wanted to work on Inuit-owned land, who would have the authority to agree to the application? And the communities closest, are they included in the processes or are they discussed? That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Go ahead and respond. Either one of you.
Anita Gonzalez, Nunavut Tungavik. We just wanted to mention on oil and gas that at the moment there is a moratorium on oil and gas exploration and production, and that's still being reviewed, and that's a federal government decision, the moratorium. So there may be a chance to talk about that a little bit more with the government. On Inuit-owned lands, for the land use plan, what we're looking to do is have a process that's included in the land use plan that explains how those decisions will be made on IOLs. Right now, as Marie Belot mentioned, there is a process that the regional Inuit associations do take. But how do we express that process in the land use plan and in a way that's very clear to the communities and hunters and trappers organizations? So we're working with that. We're working on that with the regional Inuit associations. We'll hear a little bit more today from the Kikitani Inuit Association about their vision on how to do that. But the goal is that there would be a process included or described in the land use plan that would explain how the regional Inuit associations, how Nunavut Tungavik would consult with the communities when there's a proposal on Inuit lands and how that decision would be made. There's how it's been described already today. There is a desire to make sure that the communities support the activities that are allowed or are not allowed on Inuit-owned lands, and that the regional Inuit associations and Nunavut Tungavik will work closely with each community when a proposal comes forward for Inuit-owned lands.
Currently, for Ohana Oniok Nunavut Tungavik, right now, for proposals on Inuit-owned lands, this responsibility is delegated to the regional Inuit associations. QIA has community land and resource advisory committees. They are able to provide you the names of the community representatives for the cause for each community. I'm sure they can give you a list of your members outside of this hearing.
Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa Ningyo. HTO. Yeah, it was said that wildlife need to be taken care of. Polar bear dens, walrus hollows. The bigger wildlife are described or included. Our wildlife in the high Arctic are important too, like muskox. They're the most, I feel like they should be a priority, but there are no muskox on Baffin Island. And they don't have habits like caribou. I'll probably get a response for this, but you guys don't come up. Do they have reasons, the people who want to do good jobs and they have works and they work and they attend committees and they would need to be away for 3 days during during meetings? So I want this situation looked at very carefully. When you're trying to keep up and when home and family are important, you aren't necessarily able to attend all meetings and functions. I'm very happy that we're starting on this process, and when we're done with these meetings, they will send us home. I want this looked at again, especially for our community, how we can work more closely with others. And I would want to hear that the muskox are included in the plan. The muskox are important, and I think that perhaps in the future, Pond Inlet may get narwhal in the future, as narwhal are more susceptible to crossing islands. I feel the muskox need to be taken care of better. Thank you. Any response or comment? Or any response to her comment? Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Neona, NTI. We understand your statements fully. And we will work some more on decision-making processes. We understand that they are mostly caribou-concentric during the meetings. They don't necessarily discuss concerns regarding muskox, but we need to take into consideration all Inuit foods for the planning process, and it's obvious that, and we will explain that muskox need to be included in these plans. Are you done, Lisa? Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, NTI. We want to see NTI come to the community a lot. We always want them to come to the community, and we want to express our reports for what's happening. Same with QIA. Yep, welcome to the community wholeheartedly. From our understanding, some of us, this meeting is important, and it's meant for Inuit to have a voice, and you can make legislation from out of this process. Mr. Chair and committee members, I wish to ask these NTI people a question, quite a few questions, but I will shorten my statements questions. NTI plans, from my understanding, they keep planning and planning. And they will probably enact some rules. And their mandate is huge. So I wrote this down. NTI, perhaps tell them the wildlife people, I believe they're called QC. They are in the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement that they hold on to the quotas of wildlife and run the quota system. That's how they're set up. And that's in the Land Claim Agreement. They're the caretakers of the tags. Up to today, DFO, and it seems obvious they don't want them in charge of the tags, and during hearings when you question them, they say instead that the wildlife board will respond to the statements, but they bring up a lot of issues. And with respect to fisheries, this is written out in the Land Claim Agreement, and their mandate is huge. Mr. Chair, let me ask, with respect to tags and quotas, are you planning it? Are you planning anything with respect to tags? That's my question. It says in the agreement that the authority my question is, who has authority to manage the people who have the responsibility for the tags? Thank you, Panga, for NTI. What the process is now after the Wildlife Board has made decisions on tags, how many tags, they give them to the regional wildlife boards. What wildlife is included? And the wildlife boards here, as on Batman, Wildlife Board, then they divide the tags for each community that will be allotted to the HTOs. That's the system in place now, and before that changes, that will be the system. And that's my understanding. Thank you. Go ahead, Charlie. Charlie, no, HTO. Yeah, my question. You're not planning to do anything about this to change the system with respect to NTI? No, Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. So the HTOs actually hold on to the tags. Have you even considered this? Okay, go ahead. NTI. We have not thought about this process. If people wanted to make changes, then this would have to be brought up to the Wildlife Board, and then we would need to work on it to change it. So within our agreements, the Wildlife Boards have to follow what's in the North Atlantic Land Claim Agreement. That's how it's set up. Yep. I'll just say that with respect to quotas, those aren't NPC's mandate, and I just wanted to explain that. I had said perhaps during breaks or after the meeting at lunch hour or whatever, outside of our meetings, you can have discussions. We don't deal with quotas, and I just wanted to remind everybody quota matters are dealt with by other organizations, and we're here to deal with other matters. Yeah, we don't deal with quotas. I just wanted to remind everybody that we're not here to discuss notice, and please make your question short. Thank you. Go ahead, Charlie. Yeah, I wasn't asking you guys. I was asking NTI with respect to wildlife planning. Another statement within the plans with respect to statements being made, and so we're saying polar bear and muskox need to be protected. We didn't say a lot about marine wildlife, but let me say this to NTI. How much have you taken into consideration? For example, Panama used to have many seals. You could catch so many seals, and people would catch lots of seals, and they would use the seal meat for food, dog food, and fuel. They use the skins for clothing, and that has been the custom for pretty much all Inuit, I guess. And up to today, we do have seals, but it's not like the past anymore. Sometimes we'll spend a whole day without seeing a single seal. And in the past, we used to have so many narwhal, and we had one of the most narwhal in the area because the waters are very deep. And when we catch narwhal, we check to see the stomach contents, and usually have a lot of turbot in their stomachs. So them and other wildlife, those are our main game in our community. When these wildlife are gone from the area, have NTI take into consideration how they will replace that. For example, I will say to you, making clothes is very important. The children of mothers and grandmothers are being trained, taught how to make boots, and they make great kamit now. And that same skin is different for paw, the kamit, perhaps leather. They're being used now, and they're not using the traditional materials anymore. And so people have been taught how to work with these materials for a long time, and they don't have any more materials to work with. What will you replace them with? How will the generations teaching their traditional skills continue? Thank you. Thank you, David Niwa NTI. That's a great question, Charlie. As the ships are increasing near the community of Pond Island, we've heard about, and that they are impacting the wildlife. We've heard that too, that the seals, narwhal, wildlife are being impacted. And even the caribou, some of the caribou calving areas are in the mining grounds, and for those statements, these matters are included, the Inuit Impacts and Benefits Agreements, and QIA takes care of that. And working more closely with Inuit, that was the mandate of the organizations. Yeah, working more closely together with organizations. NTI had taken hold of some of their mandates, and so the same as you need, like training women how to sew and how to work, and working with the Inuit organizations have taken more control of authorities away from NTI, and that had been set up a few years ago now. Your question, what QI has in plans, if you would ask them, that would be great. Yeah, we are part of the processes, but we provide them funding, but they run their daily operations themselves, and I just wanted to explain that. Thank you. And I believe my buddy wants to add to my statement. Go ahead. Thank you, Paul. Now, NTI. Yep, food security is important to people, Inuit. Regardless of food they eat, Inuit need food security, and we keep hearing that. Yeah, sometimes NTI brings that up and discusses that, and we're just discussing it further. Yeah, he reminded me, sorry, David Neal, not from NTI. Yeah, for community food securities, this is a mandate for NTI, and I am part of the plan that will be worked on for communities to have food security. This is a matter we just started working on. The federal government had brought up some monies geared for food security, and so NTI will be planning for that. And I wanted to explain that we understand that food is getting harder to get. Traditional food is getting harder to get in the communities, and this has really impacted food security with traditional foods, and we will be dealing with that matter, and I wanted to explain that. We will do further consultations with communities. Thank you. Thank you for the response.
Hunters and trappers organizations some time back, when Caleb Sanguyak was speaking to Nuluyat Mary River Project, and at that time he has caught many seals, and he was able to buy capital equipment, skidoo and a boat, and other hunting implements, and he was successful. Hunting at that time was successful. So in addition to my question, And Caleb also mentioned that he was able to make a good living doing harvest studies, and this study was related to narwhal studies, if harvesting could be possible for commercial use. These ideas, practices are no longer practical. In relation to that, what replacements have you implemented so we could get back to a proper harvesting from the past? We have abundant wildlife that we can utilize to earn wage economy, and there is none today. As a hunter, it has impacted me a great deal when these practices we had in the past are no longer available. And according to Inuit traditional knowledge, for those who are practitioners in our traditional life, for instance, child rearing, it was a practice that there are no children sleeping past certain morning. And it was also a practice that in the evening, when they are asked to go to bed, they have to be in bed. These are Inuit traditional knowledge. It was working well. They were practical in their everyday life for survival mood. And where does NTI stand on these practices? That's a good comment, David Ningung at NTI. We have a program called Nunavut Harvesters Program that used to assist harvesters, and we have passed that on to QIA organizations, and we want to revive that project so food insecurity could be looked at in this region. And it's being prepared, and it will come back to the communities, because in preparation, in conjunction with HTOs, how the program should proceed and how we can get this program back, because food insecurity appears to be in very much evidence in the communities, along with traditional food trade. So we are planning what and how we will make deliveries to these programs. I anticipate that we will get these programs. I have just started in my position this spring, and I'm still in learning process, and see how we could work on food insecurity in this region. Thank you. Last one, last comment. Short question, please. Make it short. And I know you want to pass the mic, so I have a short question. I'm trying to question short ones as HTO. Our chair has asked me to ask in relations to mammals. That's why I'm asking these questions. I know these works are hard to resolve with so many problems, and hoping that NTI has requested assistance over the years, including to QIA. At the best of times, the answers are not forthcoming. According to NA, and if this can be implemented to the HTO and the community through IIBA, I think you really should look at how this program should be implemented due to the lack of our harvesting opportunities, not only our community. Many communities in this region should be able to benefit from companies in this area. And IIBA is in progress, but we do not see any benefits from it. It's a huge concern to us. It impacts our daily livings. And when this program is over, we have absolutely nothing. Mineral will be gone, gold will be gone, and what? We would be even poorer there than we are today. And the communities in these regions should be benefited. So I ask that you revisit your programs in this area. The Nunavut Planning Commission is doing their best to plan how best to settle the land question, and we need to see benefits coming in. I know you will not be able to respond and act on it quickly. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Your comments are worthwhile. And over time in various organizations, I have taken lead roles. This is not the first time that I heard comments related towards NTI in what you are saying. And all these concerns that you have mentioned are negotiated through NA, and it has not completely settled yet. It was not implemented not to benefit an individual. For instance, IVA, if it was passed on to an individual, suppose you receive $1 and there would be 30 cents tax applied. Now, if you were to add all the peoples in these regions, the cost is just too much. The taxes would be so high, I don't think, or even to the point of no benefit to an individual. It looks much better that it be paid to organizations. And different organizations have looked at this and what is needed most in each region, each community in this region. So it is more beneficial that we look at how communities as a whole could benefit. And yes, there is benefit to NTI over much as 100 million in revenue sharing scheme. Then we can start looking at Nunavut as whole in general. For instance, housing and other essentials that communities really need today. So these are just example. I'm not saying we will be doing this. For those of us who are in elected positions, and as an organization, we'll have to review the community needs so we can go forward. And benefit agreements has been used towards elders in this community and come in as a benefit from our benefit agreement. A bit of that has gone to Nunavut elders, so the benefits are starting to come in, and elders in Nunavut are first to be benefiting right now. If huge funds were to come and say over $1 million, it would work. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comment. Just a reminder. Your questions, please try to keep it short and have it related to what we are here for. We're not concerned about quota system. We're not concerned about benefit agreements. That's not our role as an organization. We are here to talk to the public in relations to draft land use plan. Your concerns, if you still want to pursue them, you can talk to organization representatives who are here, and you can talk to them during breaks and lunchtime. But if we were to discuss our purpose here and stick to that subject, that's trying to keep it to our mandate. And we're going to take a 15-minute break right now. Elijah, you will be next to talk after this 15 minutes. let's resume. And we have Nunavutungavik at the head table. We'll continue where we left off before coffee break. Before we proceed, I just want to remind you that you state your comments and your questions relevant to Nunavut Planning Commission. Why we are here. We're not here to discuss quotas. We're not here to discuss economy. That's not our mandate. Just a reminder to the community delegates. State your name, your community for the record, and please mute your cell phones. Thank you. Elia. Thank you, Chair. We are trying to keep our questions short, as I will. To NTI, thank you for coming into this community to participate. I always look forward to seeing people from NTI. I'll try to be concise, and some you don't have to answer. The people of Pond Inlet and we have many concerns. There's a major mine nearby. We are the major transportation hub for cargo ships. Also, a hunting area is affected. Back in 2008, Mary River used to be our hunting area. And, the plywood 4x8, and there was something written on it directed to NTI, and it was a message from the mining company. And at that time, we were then assured there would be some benefit. I could read a bit of English, so I understood there, looking at what was written there. And someone has written on that plywood, and it says benefit to this community would be $100 million. Please, let's not talk about the mining company. I'm just reminding you again, as I have to the delegates. You can discuss these to NTI at your own time. Our concern as a community on North Baffin, there has been absolutely no benefit to individuals in our area. So my question was, see if I could express it another way. We are the beneficiaries. We're the reason why Nunavut Agreement was signed. And at that time, we were aware that the negotiations had to conclude at one point back then. And your rules are to carry what was on NA, and so has NPC. They're trying to their designated roles. And there are many misunderstandings. Perhaps each role, each organization have deviated from their mandate is. As you have said, you are our government. Of course, we will come to you for assistance, what is available for our benefits. Suppose you were to work within your mandate, I think we would have benefit great deal long ago, and perhaps we would be understanding and working in harmony with each other if there wasn't so much misunderstandings. For instance, will there be one between NTI and Nunavut Planning Commission, QIA? We have sat through many meetings trying to solve these problems out. Thank you. I understand. Each of us have our own rules. As for Nunavut Planning Commission, we have specific rules. As I mentioned earlier, you can work on your concerns directly with NTI and other organizations existing under NA. Rayuk. Urayuk Nakatawik, Arctic Bay, Hamlet Delegate. You have discussed, and there was concern that wildlife organizations in each region are not within line. There are so many discrepancies how policies and bylaws are made in Nunavut. And you speak of calving areas, either mammal or terrestrial. Their calving schedules in each region is not the same. So how will you be handling wildlife issues, because we have different time frames for each mammals according to which region you are in due to their calving times. And even our winter and yearly seasons are not the same in each region, so policies and rules cannot be uniform. They must be tailored to each community. And, Nunavut Planning Commission plan accordingly to what our seasons are. David Ningungat, wildlife in each region, we are starting to become aware that each region have different cycles for mammals, and we will be planning accordingly. We understand it now. What Baffin need, what Kivalek and Stigmute needs are not the same, and we will adjust to each climate and yearly changes in each region. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nathan Akitok, Namaita HTO. I'd like to ask where you stand on a cruise ship traveling through our territorial waters within our region. There's a lot of disturbance to narwhals, seals, and other mammals. Where do you stand on that?
Neda Gonzalez, Nunavut Tungavik. Nunavut Tungavik is very concerned about controlling marine traffic and cruise ships in the waters. Nunavut Tungavik is asking the Planning Commission whether more restrictions can be placed on marine vessels, whether there can be area protection in the marine, limiting ship traffic around important areas. So we heard yesterday that there's a lot of concern about cruise ships. NTI and Nunavut Tungavik would like to see that there be certain areas that are restricted for cruise ships, and interest in seeing what the hunters and trappers organizations and communities information is on what areas cruise ships should not go in. It would be good to get a clarification from the Commission about the jurisdiction to do that. Our understanding yesterday was that the Nunavut Planning Commission thought that their jurisdiction was limited for cruise ships. Nunavut Tungavik sees that there's a role for the land use plan to actually place restrictions on where cruise ships can go. So that would be something that could be developed with the regional Inuit organizations and hunters and trappers organizations, but it would be nice to hear from the Commission that it would be possible to do that.
Thank you. Continue. Jason and Kilak Namaitak HTO. Cruise ships are not numerous in my community. They are more to this area. And some you are aware of their arrivals, and sometimes you are not. And the cargo ships transporting minerals, the traffic is hard enough. It's too congested. And the water noise disturbance travels a long way through water. How would this be curbed, disturbing the animals? I think it's comment further to your question.
Hana Onyoksaga, Nunavut Tungavik.
Hana Onyoktaga, NTI.
One program that NTI has started is the Inuit Marine Monitoring Program. The aim of the monitoring program is to provide Inuit with a greater role in monitoring shipping in Nunavut waters. A key part of this initiative is to have community members involved in the installation and maintenance of automatic identification system. These track all vessels that transit within Nunavut, given the Government of Canada only monitors shipping vessels over 300 tons. So NTI has created the Marine Monitoring Program to monitor all vessels in Nunavut. The AIS, the Automated Information System, ships shipping in international waters must have AIS systems on their ship. They transmit information and broadcast information, including the name of the vessel, the type of vessel, its cargo, navigation status, the position, the speed, their destination. We're creating a website so communities can monitor ships shipping in and around the communities. This website should be launched in 2023. We also contract Inuit monitors in some communities that go out in the water and observe and record. We have monitors in Kangitoapik. Their names are Lucas Panipak, Joanna Ilaw, Jamie Panipak, Michael Ilaw, that are contracted to monitor waters around Kangitoapik. NTI aims to expand the Inuit Marine Monitoring Program to other communities. And train Inuit monitors in partnership with Coast Guard and Transport Canada. The Inuit monitors are provided training for small vessel operator proficiency, how to identify vessels, types of vessels, real-time in-reach data collection, automated identification system assembly and maintenance, search and rescue training, and environmental response training. They're provided floater suits, VHF radios, in-reach safety devices. We just built a cabin outside of Kangitoapik as well too, in partnership with the HTO this summer. We currently have monitors in the Qikiqtani region, in Qawsuituk, Kangitoapik, Qikiqtaqjuaq, Kimrut. We plan to expand to other communities in the coming years. We also have monitors in the Kibalik and Qitzqmiut region. More recently, to advance NTI's advocacy and strengthen services and programs for marine environmental management and monitoring. We're in the beginning stages of developing a Nunavut-specific marine framework. This work will unfold this winter and spring, and we will reach out to communities to inform the marine framework. This is intended to influence government programs, policies, regulations, legislation. We know Inuit can have great influence. For example, the NTI Board of Directors passed a resolution in 2016 calling on the International Maritime Organization to ban the use of heavy fuel oils in the Arctic. NTI's resolution was supported by the Inuit Circumpolar Council, who brought it to the International Maritime Organization. Canada supported Inuit position on this, and the use of heavy fuel oil will be banned for use in our waters by July 1, 2024, with the complete ban of coming into effect in 2029. We know your voice, your knowledge will be critical to the marine framework, and NTI will reach out to the communities in the winter and spring months. Koyanamig.
Thank you. Jonathan had a statement about the cruise ships all along.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just in response to NTI's previous requests for clarification on the management of cruise ship access in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, I would like to remind all participants that the current draft of the Land Use Plan does include examples of restrictions on vessels, including cruise ships. For example, setbacks around walrus hollow sites for various size of vessels, as well as setbacks around migratory bird habitat sites, and also seasonal restrictions around beluga calving some beluga calving areas during calving season. So those plan requirements would apply to cruise ships as well as any smaller launch vessels that they may also operate in addition to the main vessel. So just to clarify, the land use plan, the draft land use plan does propose a variety of methods to manage cruise ship traffic, and the Commission will be giving full consideration to all of the feedback that's received in regard to those measures, as well as any additional ones that may be suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Nisana has another question. National Clyde River HTO. What you just said regarding the marine watchers. In our community, they were replaced by a computer. There's nobody working there now. I think it was about a year and a half ago, or maybe a year ago. The Inuit aren't employed anymore, and they have been replaced by a computer. Thank you. Yeah, that was just a statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joshua Idlot, Hamlet upon Inlet. Perhaps if we're going to discuss these shipping matters, perhaps next year in TI, if they can come to the community just to deal with this matter. I believe we have huge concerns, among other things. The question I want to ask is on Inuit-owned lands, on parks, lands we can hunt. We can do whatever activities inside these areas. And value components that we're marking down, I want to ask NPC about. Even though we will be able to hunt wildlife in them, I want to ask everybody, I guess, if Inuit wanted to mine in those value components, would they be not allowed to do it, or could they mine in those value component areas? So that's my question to NPC and NTI. Thank you. Jonathan can respond to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Joshua, for the question. I'd just like to clarify that under the framework of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the valued components in particular that are identified in the draft plan do not come with any specific plan requirements that would limit how the lands are being used. That's very different from the limited use or conditional use designation that do include plan requirements that could restrict activities. So in areas that are identified, for example, as mixed use with overlaying valued components, project proponents would be able to propose any type of activity which would be supported by the Nunavut Land Use Plan, and then those particular projects would be passed on to other regulatory authorities for their mandated review, and they would determine whether those project proposals would take place or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Answer your question. Are you done? Thank you. Naaman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naaman Inora, HTO. The Nunavut Planning Commission has a deadline of January 10 for our submissions. These matters regarding cruise ships. These are new issues to the committee members. We've been discussing these for a long time. Here in the high Arctic, we get so many ships. And if we were like Clary, they get a ship like once a year. But here we get so many ships along with sailboats and smaller ships. If these rules won't be set in place now, if it'll take 10 years for the rules to take effect, it will be too long. But what we want enacted here, and the question I'm asking to NTI, the HTOs that allow cruise ships and sailboats to authorize them to come up here, can HTOs join the committee or whoever authorizes permit authorizations to cruise ships? UNTI, I know, and other organizations are part of the application process, and I would want Nunavut Planning Commission to fix this process and allow HTOs to join the committees or authorities in charge of authorizing cruise ships to come up here, because NPCs, the DIO, and permit authority, I guess, and the gas and oil disaster compensation I will be talking about regarding gas, oil, and if there was an accident or something bad happened, for example, if a ship had run aground and there was like huge environmental impact, so gas and oil exploration, their lawyers said that there's a moratorium for exploration in the Arctic, but there's a 10-year moratorium, only 10 years, and after 10 years, the exploration companies will come up here to do more research in our waters. And I believe they will work even harder to obtain those exploration permits or whatever. The reasons for having the moratorium, the Clyde people stood up to protect our waters. They stood up. got assistance from people who weren't even from Nunavut. NTI didn't have anything to do with this. These aren't within the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. Gas, oil, matters for disaster compensation. There's nothing in there. These are huge matters before us, and when we'll be trying to approve them, the representatives, if the companies had an accident, they could have a huge environmental impact, and this is not included in the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement, so it can't protect us. So don't think we could really do anything about it. Even though we Inuit are deeply impacted, we'll be impacted even more on top of that, and there are no benefits towards these matters. So when you will be negotiating for disaster compensation, matters dealing with gas and oil, you definitely need to work on those too. When we have these huge issues that we're not sure about when they'll be working on them, there definitely needs to be disaster compensation. And I wish to thank the Clyde River people for standing up. And I don't think they have even been recognized that this was your responsibility that they did for you. Thank you. Thank you. This is outside of our jurisdiction and mandate. You could probably explain that to them, but probably not today, not during our sitting. Do you have a question regarding our mandate with Nunavut NPC, Nunavut Planning Commission? I wish to say that the HTOs have invited these organizations with respect to the impacts to the community are huge, and you can't make small statements with respect to the impacts we faced. And we have to make motions to invite these representatives who are supposed to be representing us. For these reasons, while we still have an opportunity, we tend to express our statements. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I understand your situation. Yeah, you and entire QIA and you guys definitely need to work things out, but these matters are outside our jurisdiction and mandate. But we understand your statements. We understand you feel strongly about these matters, but they're outside of our mandate and duties. You guys need to work. It's clear that you guys need to work with the other organizations. And as I said, these matters are outside our mandate and responsibility. And I've been saying all this morning, we're not talking about benefits, compensations, quotas. We're not talking about these. We're the Nunavut Planning Commission. We're planning for what will be used for all of Nunavut. It's obvious you guys need to work more closely together. They can hear your statements and they understand what you're saying. And I will go to Susanna. Thank you. I am an HTO representative. I am also a member of the organization. During spring, when you're traveling to the Flowage by Skidoo, and during summer and fall, these are broken up into those seasons. But I don't want to agree to just everything. I too represent our community members, just like the Hamlet representatives. I appreciate but the assistants, as the HTO hold their meetings regularly, and I had attended their annual general meetings, and I had I had voted on motions, and I would speak. The HTOs are welcoming. So I want clarification on that. I will be representing, we are representing our community members, and we'll have good statements to make. And this is the first time I found out about this. Thank you. First time I'm learning about this. Thank you. Yep. She's also talking about quota, and this is not our mandate. Yep. You're entirely free to discuss these matters outside of our meeting. Laimiki. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laimiki Padlok from Clyde River, Hamlet representative. I have wanted to make a statement and also ask a question. You had mentioned the monitors or researchers in our community that were mentioned. On the other side of Clyde River, an old camp, they had a place there. And the buildings that were, and the original cabins had been kind of destroyed, and during the fall you can't live in a tent there, and during the fall there's lots of polar bears there across from Clyde River where the researchers were. For that reason, the question I had wanted to ask, and I sort of understood it, whether the research group can get a new building, and that's why I raised my hand up. And if they were to remain in the same place, it would be good if they got a nice, safe building. What I am thinking is they may have a place already, or they had tried to get a building, but the building isn't completely constructed. It has been erected. It may be geared toward those researchers. I'm not clear on the matters, and so I wanted to bring this matter up. And I wanted to say the researchers need a good, decent building. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, that's also outside our jurisdiction and mandate. Yeah, you'll probably be able to get an answer later on. Yeah, I apologize. Thank you. I will say what I think. Stop me if I'm wrong. I'm a traditional Inuit, and what had been planned by NTI, and people need to hear about. I'm not sure what they are. As per my Inukness, and I have statements to make, but no venue to make my statements. Across the most from where we hunt narwhal, it has huge waves, and there's like a harbor, and when the wind's blowing up that way, it's safe shelter. But when the wind's blowing up from the other direction, there's no harbor, and we've had boats broken there, and we had siblings killed there by waves. From my understanding, NPC are the planners. I believe that place needs to be planned for, and somebody had said they built cabins for others. I believe we need to create a shelter harbor there, and in the past we've had researchers stay there to do their research, but that hasn't been done for a while. This is our major hunting area. When it's scary when our youth are going narwhal hunting. You think that they'll cross the sound over there. They do have internet now, so they're always checking the weather. If the weather's going to blow from that side, they're always careful to be sure to stay out of bad weather. Yep, you NTI people are like not guardians, but you need to create a shelter in that place. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. David Nguyen, NTI. Your statements are clearly understandable. NTI runs these things, and also behind Transport Canada is here also, and they deal with these matters, and they're here also. And I just want to explain that they may have the mandate or responsibility to deal with these matters, and so later on they will have statements. They will have DFO and others will be making their statements today. I don't have any other names. Jonathan, if you have a statement or a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I just want to bring us back to some of the discussion that took place before the last break in regards to caribou habitat, as well as the topic of food security that was raised by the presenters, and as well as some of the community's questions. The Commission understands that generally Nunavut Tungavik has been deferring on the management of caribou and caribou habitat to the regional Inuit associations, and that there are regional differences among the different perspectives on this issue. Some participants have advocated, for example, for mobile caribou protection measures as a means of protecting caribou, but not caribou habitat, as they have indicated. I'm wondering if NTI is able to share any views on the role that caribou habitat management would have to play in the support of Inuit food security and food sovereignty in terms of the ability for Inuit to feed themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. If somebody can respond to his statement, question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Nguyen, NTI. We have talks with the organizations in the regions regarding caribou and their birthing calving grounds, and we will keep discussing this before January 10. We will discuss on how we can have better laid plans. But as stated, for our community members of Nunavut, We understand that these calving grounds are very important, and we understand that our caribou populations have decreased, and that's the same for Baffin Island. What we noticed most was here during the hearing in Pond Inlet, the caribou and muskox birthing, capping areas, crossing areas, none of them were listed on the plans. I want to say that NTI as an organization, we will be working with Inuit organizations in the Nunavut regions so Inuit can have food security in the best possible manner. And I'm saying we will bring up a plan. We will be working with the regional organizations to be able to provide plans for food security. Thank you. Was that okay? Do you have a supplement? Go ahead. Palm out NTI. Yeah, this will probably be discussed, but last week, October 11, 13, we had a meeting in Iqaluit, the Baffin Island HTOs, and they brought up, and they will probably bring it up again in Iqaluit when you have a hearing. There are not enough sites listed. We've noticed that. And so we'll have more listings for you guys in the coming weeks. Thank you. Jonathan? Sharon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalwak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. Supplementary question to Jonathan's question. Can NTI please advise or share their position on or their view on whether they or not they support exploration and development in the caribou calving grounds, post-calving grounds, and the important water crossings? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Your response to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. David Neona, NTI. I had said earlier, we are working with the Inuit organizations regarding the calving areas and post-calving areas and crossings. Today, when they've been holding community meetings in Cambridge Bay, Iqaluit, Thompson, Manitoba, Pond Inlet, and they will be going back to Iqaluit after 2 weeks. What we heard from Inuit, we will bring up amendments before January 10. And so I can't really expound on that. We will be working with the Inuit and the organizations, and we will bring up something to think about regarding calving areas, post-calving areas, and crossings. They will need to be all explained on the map. Thank you. Thank you. Charlie had his hand up again. Charlie, go ahead and ask your question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. The QIA have a head office in Iqaluit, and in the communities they have employees, usually one staff member. Yet when QIA's mandate is very huge, and the federal government says that Inuit, I talked with ITK, they find out when the federal government talks to ITK, they think they're talking to all the Inuit. When they have discussions with ITK presidents, they believe that they're talking to all the Inuit, but we don't get to hear what was discussed. and ITK have offices very far away. We probably will never see them. We have invited them to come up here in the past, as we invite NTI and QIA to the community. So what needs to be fixed is a huge matter, Mr. Chair. This needs to be taken into consideration. Baffin Island is huge and it's very well populated. QIA is to deal with the matter. It's too big a mandate for them. We know that there are many of us. QIA can't deal with these matters by themselves because the issue is too big for them. And how the government is set up, Baffin Island is divided into two groups. We don't know how the Iqarit people are set up. We usually go there and we usually see QIA's buildings. They have lots of buildings, and we don't have any buildings in our communities. You need to take that into consideration. We need to better work out how Baffin Island is dealt with. The organizations can't deal with the matters. They don't even come to the communities. And our chair says for NPC that this is not a mandate for NPC. We understand that. But if we had these organizations come here to the community more. So we're glad that we're here and we're able to express our statements, but we do wish to have our statements heard. You need to take us into consideration. The matter is bigger than anything else. The organizations have a few things to deal with. I'm not saying we need to divide. What I'm saying is NTI needs to have two offices on. You need two organizations to deal with Baffin Island. We talked with QIA, but they listened to NTI, and they thought we were trying to split the organization in two. And we're left out in the cold here with respect to any organizations. And that you should be thinking about this, and I'm saying that you should take this into further consideration. Thank you. Yep, the statements were clear. That's also outside our jurisdiction mandate. I don't have any other names. Name and organization. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Okara, Oceans North. When they were saying that they were saying their lands can be used by anybody, and as a when you hear that, these people that you're supposed to be representing them, they make their statements and they need protection, and this is where they get their food sources. And I, as an Inuit, crave fresh meat because my body knows that they're healthy for me. You need to look at these lands in the same way. Look at the lands that people find to be value components. This is where they get their lands. They're like gold to them. Their food is like gold. If those are spoiled, if these lands are spoiled, we will have no more food. You need to take a look at these. You need to realize that you need to work together. They are precious to us. We want them protected. We don't want people just coming in from the outside and doing whatever they want to. These organizations need to wake up and listen to the statements made by their people. Don't just act like we're going to do whatever we want in the future. These plans can be amended and you can even be replaced. And they can even be replaced if the community so desires. So I urge you, any organizations, open your ears and listen to these statements and follow and do what your representatives are telling you to do. Thank you. Thank you. That was more of a comment. I don't see any hands up. Nisana. Naaman. Go ahead and answer your question before we break for lunch. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naaman Inora, HTO. The statements made are very important, and the statements keep getting bigger and bigger. NTI and QIA go to meetings, mostly to the regional hubs, and they go for AGMs. We are the most affected. We keep inviting them to come to the community, and they don't bother. They take a long time to come here, and when they come here to work on things that geared for Pond Inlet or for the high Arctic impacts, they go to faraway distances to deal with them, like for Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, Baker Lake. Even the community directors aren't allowed to attend those planning meetings for the community, which has been impacted. When you make rules geared for us, but you go far away to plan for them, and then we find out what you're working on, then we find out we had these things planned for us and we weren't informed about them. Not your planning processes are very negative to those affected. So I'm making these statements as a representative of the HTO. These duties need to be dealt with here, not somewhere else outside the community. When the affected are not informed or involved. That's my statement. Thank you. Yep, that's also outside our mandate. I don't believe we have any other questions. Thank you, Ryan Nakatawik. Arctic Bay helmet. This is probably not geared towards NTI. It's part of the concerns we have regarding. It's obvious that Transport Canada has mandate on this. For example, we Baffin Island people tend to go to hospitals often. Sometimes we don't have airline tickets when we're in Iqaluit, as the airline people are in Iqaluit. I mean Panutong. Can't we explain what's happening to those in charge of the airline matters? And another reason for this, people who need to go to the hospital, the health people just return them to their home saying they're not as sick as they think they are. Do we know who can respond to my question? Thank you. Yeah, that's a question also, but also outside our mandate. And I'm telling you the GN are here. They can respond to your question, not through our venue. This is outside our mandate. As discussed before, you can talk with others outside our meeting. I don't have any more names listed. I'm asking if there are any questions from the community members upon Inlet. I want to ask this before we break for lunch. We're just following our procedures as usual. I don't have any hands, and a round of applause for NTI for giving their questions. Thank you. Answering their questions. Thank you. Before we leave, I want to inform you that we still have some duties to deal with, so we'll probably have to come back this evening. And I want to inform you that we will be coming back this evening. And we'll start again at 1:15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will now proceed. Before we continue, Sharon, have housekeeping.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one item. On the record this morning, when Paul Ukulik spoke in the translations, it was translated that he's from Oceans North, and we just want to ensure the record's correct. He's from World Wildlife Fund, not Oceans North. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have Kikaktan Inuit Association at the head table. Same procedure. They'll make a presentation and proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Nunavut Planning Commission commissioners and the community delegates. And some of you I sat with you before at QIA, we sat together. She's from Richford, Larry Odaluk. He's also used to sat with me. Larry had concerns about Chakwakiwak Yalachak area. Charlie Inoak used to sit with him when he was a QIA member. As you know, I'm Levi Barnabas. I'm Secretary-Treasurer for QIA. I'm also the Vice Chair of QIA. And I'm here today with my colleagues. And with me today is Solomon Awad, Director of Nuit Kauyamaya Tokagit and Engagement, and Rich Payton, Senior Director of Projects. I would like to thank Nunavut Planning Commission for hearing our presentation on 2021 draft land use plan, and thank you to the community delegates and other presenters who spoke before us. Today, we will be providing you with an overview of Kakatan Inuit Association's Today, we will be providing you with the overview and reviews and comments on 2021 draft land use plan. Slide 2. Slide 2, I haven't been in a meeting situation for a while, so a little confusing. Slide 2, please note that while we were not updated on this slide since August 12, we have made further progress relating to Kakatan Inuit Association's position on caribou habitat protection. These updates are reflected in our speaking notes. Slide 3. we would like to provide you with a brief overview of the Keewatin Inuit Association's mandate and interests in the planning process and development of Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Kikaktani Inuit Association is responsible for advancing the rights and benefits of Kikaktani Inuit through protection and promoting our social, political, economic, and cultural interests, while also safeguarding the land, waters, and resources that sustain our communities. Like Nunavut Land Use Plan, the Kikaktani Inuit Association is interested in achieving a balance between economic opportunity and land protection. We are responsible for managing nearly half of all Inuit-owned lands in Nunavut and are accountable to Inuit beneficiaries in Kikaktani region. We are regional Inuit organization for Kikaktani Nunavut, and we are designated Inuit organization. We are a designated Inuit organization as per Article 39 of Nunavut Agreement. Slide 4. The 2021 Draft Land Use Plan is a accumulation of many years of effort to fulfill the requirements of Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement. We feel that overall this is an important step forward and commend all those who have worked hard to provide input into the drafting of this plan. However, after review, Kikaktani Association have identified several areas of concern which must be addressed to achieve the principle and objective of Article 11. Please note that this presentation is non-exhaustive list of the Please note that this presentation is not exhaustive list of Kikaktani Inuit Association's concerns. For more detail, please see our written submission to the Nunavut Planning Commission that is available on the public registry. And Kekatani Association concerns with 2021 draft land use plan are centered around Kekatani Inuit Association concern with 2021 draft land use plan are centered here. 1. Caribou. Particularly the amount of land and areas proposed for protection. 2. Inuit-owned lands. And the constraints that may be placed upon them by land use designations and plan requirements. Three, Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement, and how the plan may preclude the fulfillment of legal requirements of existing Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement, or unduly influence future Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreements. We know that it impacts us all today and our future, our great-grandchildren as well. And 4, conservation areas such as key migration bird habitats and land use designation that may interfere with a term of specific existing of future IIBA. 5, vessel traffic and marine shipping. Which is not sufficiently restricted under the 2021 draft land use plan, as it is written, and our colleagues will explain further. The bottom left corner of each slide includes a reference to the section of our written submission on 2021 draft land use plan. We encourage participants to review our submission on a public registry for more detailed information of our position. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask to have Solomon Abba to complete our presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Levi, for your presentation and introduction to our presentation. Thank you, Paul Inlet, for welcoming us, community delegates. I know most of you, and it's so nice to see you again, and your participation to meet with Nunavut Planning Commission and its commissioners on public hearing. Mr. Chairman, caribou are the keystone species for maintaining Inuit culture and well-being, and therefore it is our priority to protect them. In order to determine to best on this, we must first understand where they live and how they behave, and how this differs from other regions in Nunavut. They're barren land caribou. They're species who live year-round in barren lands. And caribou species on Kajakmute region, and we have decided to include them in our presentations. And barren land caribou on Baffin Island and Melville Peninsula, prairie caribou in the high Arctic, and a herd introduced reindeer to Sinikalak area. On June 2022, submission focuses on barren ground and prairie caribou. However, our submission will include consideration for introduced reindeer to Sinikalak. Barren land caribou in Kikiktaluk are tundra dwelling and inhabits long-term cycles of approximately 40 to 70 years that are linked to habitat quality. Currently they are lowest phase, but this is an indication that they will be low forever. Inuit Kawimaya Tukanga tells us that the population will rebound, and there are already some signs that caribou numbers are increasing in some areas. Baffin, as I mentioned, Baffin Island caribou also have different behavior and migration patterns that are barren ground caribou on the mainland, which varies somewhat in different areas of Baffin, south, north, and north central. Therefore, a regional approach to protection is required. They do not undertake long-distance migration in a way that maintained barren land ground caribou do. For slide 6. Morgan. There.
In 1999, I heard that in Ponda the plane could not land because there were caribou on the runway. And recently, the caribou numbers have been lowest, and this seems like after so many years, it takes a caribou to return to the area, and they do die off. QIA have concerns regarding 2021 draft. Nunavut plan that it's not protecting the caribou enough. on the Barren Lands caribou on Baffin Island. At this time, they aren't protecting the caribou that inhabit the forests, along with the high Arctic caribou. And looking at the rules and looking at Inuit traditional knowledge, and in the West caribou management, the caribou had been responsibility for the caribou had been transferred to them, and we have Inuit traditional knowledge written down. The important things that are left out regarding the protection of caribou protection was of Baffin Island, in the high Arctic, and in Sunnygalwak. Whether there are plans for the return of the caribou, we will need to know. QIA supports activities that will be used for the 2021 for the Nunavut plan for Nunavut. But we have concerns regarding how the caribou are protected on Baffin Island and near Baffin Island. On other islands, we have no protection mandates. There is no draft protection in the Nunavut Planning Commission's plans for the caribou to be protected on Baffin Island. There need to be legislation and authorities that can be used and there needs to be priorities for protection. They need to take that into consideration. That can be used, and so the caribou aren't disturbed. These matters were not written down for the draft Nunavut land use plan. Especially QIA stated that the protection of caribou, there were parts missing in the 2021 Nunavut land use plan. If we look at the calving areas, the calving areas are not stated enough in the land use plan. And it seems like the draft plan is omitting the parts where they're protected. And these matters were assigned to the Nunavut Wildlife Board, and there was some missing parts regarding the Nutalik area. And it seems like there's nothing else written down about Inuit traditional knowledge regarding caribou. There are a few in the West that were explained that there are ends for the land use. The Nunavut Planning Commission had agreed that in which years that have been designated by committees of Baffin Island in the 2021 draft land use plan. And this is used for the protection that some lands need to be protected where the caribou inhabit during the winter. It's important that these lands be protected for South Baffin and in the South Baffin and the mountains in the high Arctic, and what we're talking about, I believe, is called Illuidal, between Suniluyuk and Noyat, and in Sunikurok. The QIA's and the QIA are concerned about the caribou trails, and they need to be expressed, and they also need to designate caribou crossing areas, for example, on sea ice or rivers or lakes. All these trails support the caribou migrations. The migration routes are found, and they're important for the wildlife, for the caribou. QIA had wanted some of those trails to be recognized as they are important, and for these areas to be protected and have boundaries put in. The Nunavut Planning Commission did not agree to any of these winter habitat areas on Baffin Island that they had submitted, that the Wildlife Board had submitted. And this omission is used for the protection. Inuit had submitted designated areas that they wanted protected during the winter. And it's important that the caribou habitats during winter on Baffin Island in the high Arctic and the mountains and between Sunikurok and at Sunikurok. The QIA's mandate for all trails, for example, all caribou trails, should be taken into consideration with respect to caribou crossings on sea ice, land, and on land. And where they go, land crossings on land are usually highlighted. They're important to the people of Baffin Island. And we want these corridors protected, for example, rivers, and that they be given boundaries and used, that they have protection. The land use plan did not have any caribou crossings in the 2021 draft. There were important aspects that were delegated in Baffin Island by the Wildlife Board, and they designated sites like lakes that should be protected. Sea ice crossings for caribou were located that caribou used to cross during winter. But some important crossings were not listed in the 2021 draft plan. And there are some crossings on sea ice, and at the minimum amount they should be listed as important. QIA and Wildlife Board want to work together for the protection of the caribou on Baffin Island, and this would be run by Inuit. And that they work together, and their expectations are that what is missing in the plan, what have not been explained, that whether NPC is including these protection plans and listed them for Baffin Island for land use. And so on October 11th to the 13th for this year, QIA and the Kikitara Wildlife Board. Thank you. So QIA Board, they met together with the important caribou people. We had guests that were here, for example, Inuit. There are 2 people here that attended the meeting. And QIA was present at the meeting as they are representatives of the Inuit. Based on these workshops, Keystone Association of Kitawa Wildlife Board are working on developing a joint submission on caribou protection to the Nunavut Planning Commission for inclusion in the final Nunavut Land Use Plan. This submission will focus on areas that are not disturbed. The Kajiktan Inuit Association of Kitawa Wildlife Board joint submission will include a summary of areas proposed for protection under the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan that we support. Maps of additional areas should be protected. Additional recommendations on plan requirement. And KI recognizes land should be set aside for the protection of caribou where they can't be hunted. This December, KI and QWB will hold a follow-up data verification strengthening session to finalize the priority areas to be submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission. That they be included in the final Nunavut Land Use Plan. This submission will focus on those areas that must not be disturbed. Sorry, I was lost. In the long term, Kajiktan Inuit Association and the Kajiktan Wildlife Board aspire to work together to develop a full Inuit protection strategy for caribou in the Kajiktarok region, which may consider other protection measures for caribou in areas that are less sensitive to disturbance. The QIA and Kajiktarok Wildlife Board joint submission will include a summary of areas proposed for protection under the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan that we support. Maps of additional areas that should be protected and additional recommendation on plan requirements. QIA recognizes that not all areas can be protected, so this joint submission will reflect those that are most important. QIA and QWB are currently in the process of analyzing the spatial and qualitative data from the October 11 to 13 workshop. This December, QIA and QWB will hold a follow-up data verification and strengthening session to finalize the priority areas to be submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission. Another concern for us with the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan is how the plan treats Inuit-owned lands. As written, QIA does not agree with the land use designations that are applied to Inuit-owned lands. This concern relates in general to all designations applied by the Nunavut Planning Commission. For example, limited use, conditional use, mixed use, valued ecosystem components, valued socioeconomic components. The Kayaktani Inuit Association already endeavors to maintain a balance between environmental, social, and economic needs and potential when it comes to the management of Inuit-owned lands. And so there's no need to duplicate this through land use designations as proposed in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. We have an established process for consulting with Inuit communities in the Kayaktani region to ensure that Inuit-owned land designations collectively maintain the balance between environmental, social, and economic needs and potential, as well as an established land use registry and permit application process. To ensure that any proposed land uses are reviewed and carried out in accordance with Kayaktani Inuit Association standards. QIA's more pronounced concerns on how the current draft Nunavut Land Use Plan Inuit-owned lands are constrained in the following ways. Conditional or limited use designations are applied to 42% of surface Inuit-owned lands combined, and conditional or limited use designations are applied to 57.9% of subsurface Inuit-owned lands combined. The application of limited use designations to Inuit-owned lands in the Kayaktani region erodes the decision-making authority of the Kiltene Inuit Association as a designated Inuit organization to determine what activities are allowed to proceed on Inuit-owned lands, as well as any necessary conformity requirements that should apply. Article 11.8.2 of the Nunavut Agreement states that the land use planning processes is to apply to Inuit-owned lands, and the Nunavut Land Use Plan must take into account Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned lands. The Kiltene Inuit Association is not at a stage where it has conclusively identified the goals and objectives for all Inuit-owned lands in the region in collaboration with communities. Applying land use designations and plan requirements is premature and a significant hindrance to Kiltene Inuit Association's decision-making authority. Therefore, the QIA recommends that the Nunavut Planning Commission develop a unique approach to land use planning on Inuit-owned lands that adequately respects and protects QIA's right to manage and determine acceptable uses of Inuit-owned lands. As written, QIA does not agree with the application of land use designations that may interfere with the terms of existing Inuit impact and benefit agreements or unduly influence the negotiation of future Inuit impact and benefit agreements. QIA's concerns with existing Inuit impact and benefit agreements relate to these areas where land use designations and plan requirements apply to existing conservation areas. For example, migratory bird sanctuaries, national wildlife areas, and Canadian heritage rivers. For example, the map on the right of the slide shows where the national wildlife area and migratory bird sanctuaries Inuit impact and benefit agreement allows. QIA is to build ecotourism lodge and research facility, twin otter airstrip, and docking facilities on Inuit-owned lands within Ningyo National Wildlife Area. Will a limited use designation prohibit this? The QIA has concerns with the potential influence the draft Nunavut land use plan would have on future impact and benefit negotiations relate to areas where land use designations and plan requirements apply to future parks. And as shaded in red, the Agutini proposed territorial park, along with the conservation areas for the National Historic Sites. For example, the map on the right shows the proposed Agutini Territorial Park, where an Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement has not yet been ratified. Will a limited use designation set a precedent for land protection and influence these negotiations? To demonstrate this concern related to future negotiations of Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreements, we would like to go over a case study regarding Class 1 key migratory bird habitats. The maps on the right show areas of Class 1 migratory bird habitats, which are listed as limited use in purple. The green hatched areas are Inuit owned lands with surface rights only, and the orange hatched areas are Inuit owned lands with both surface and subsurface rights. This states in English the name of the names, Cape Sorrow and Reed Bay, and that shows you areas on the map. And it says East Axel, Heiberg Island, and Forsheim Peninsula. I apologize for saying their names in English. QIA and Environment and Climate Change Canada must negotiate Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreements for all new migratory bird sanctuaries. As currently written in the 2020-21 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, designates that Class 1 key migratory bird habitats will receive similar protections to migratory bird sanctuaries. Without a clear need or directive for Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement negotiation. The Class 1 key migratory bird habitat designations will directly interfere with Kaitani Inuit Association's decision-making authority in portions of 37 Inuit-owned lands and a total area of 4,726.32 kilometers squared. QIA recommendations to address concerns about Inuit impact and benefit agreements are that the Nunavut Planning Commission must acknowledge all existing Inuit impact and benefit agreements between the governments of Canada or Nunavut and Nunavut Tungnavi Incorporated and regional Inuit associations, and specifies that the Inuit impact and benefit agreement terms and requirements must be adhered to, regardless of the land use designation and plan requirements. The Nunavut Planning Commission must also acknowledge Articles 8, 9, and 26 of the Nunavut Agreement, which set parameters for future Inuit impact and benefit agreement negotiations between the governments of Canada or Nunavut and Nunavut Tungnavi Incorporated and regional Inuit associations. Nunavut Tungnavi Incorporated and regional Inuit associations, Inuit impact and benefit agreements. And the final land use designations and plan requirements must not preclude the negotiation of future impact and benefit agreements. The QIA's recommendations to address concerns they're more concerned that they are not recognized and they don't have plans set up for their committees and for the subcommittees, and there are no terms which end ship travel and where they go to or during shoulder seasons. The QIA does not agree with the draft plan. That's the same statement. Sorry. QIA are concerned that the measures contained in the 2021 draft Nunavut land use plan are insufficient to protect Inuit values and the practice of rights in the marine environment. Measures outlined in the 2021 draft Nunavut land use plan are considerably weaker than the existing measures in the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan and the measures QIA Association has proposed to be included as part of the Telotio Imanga interim management plan. The impact of marine shipping on marine mammals and birds is a critical concern to QIA as outlined in the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan. If approved as is, new proposals by proponents to conduct ice breaking within Telotio Imanga would be in conformity with the land use plan and would limit QIA's ability to ensure ice breaking does not impact Inuit values and rights. The QIA is concerned that the measures contained are insufficient for the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, are insufficient measures outlined in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan are considerably weaker than the existing measures in the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan. And the measures QIA associates has proposed to be included as part of the Telotio Imanga interim management plan. So he was saying if approved of his new proposals by proponents to conduct ice breaking within Telotio Imanga would be in conformity with the land use plan and limit the Inuit Association's ability to ensure ice breaking does not impact Inuit values and rights. Now I'll ask the staff first if they have any questions. Jonathan, Brian, I have your name listed. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I have a number of topics that I'd like to ask a few questions about. I'll start with the Telotio Imanga National Marine Conservation Area. QIA has indicated the requirement to develop an interim management plan by the management board for the area. And I'd first like to ask for an update on the status of the interim management plan, as well if you could provide an update on the status of the full and final establishment of the National Marine Conservation Area in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jonathan, for the question. The Lancaster Sound, as we all know, as QIA and Larry and Charlie were also members as well when we start planning a plan for Lancaster Sound. It was a pilot project to determine if negotiations with federal government is worthwhile and to have it to become a marine park. So we spoke to federal government looking for a pilot project. we didn't know how to start at the time, how we should plan. Sometimes we look at and determine how the park should be. Should it be larger, smaller? And to see how we could manage should it become a reality. We did the negotiations to benefit for the Inuit living in that part. And we started to plan. A lot of things emerges from our planning. And Baffin Island and our area, how they would benefit if we were to negotiate to have that area become park. I just wanted to do a brief background story on this. Perhaps it does not answer your question. Richard Payton, QIA.
The question for the interim management plan for Tuluti Imanga. Currently there does not exist. We have been in negotiations with the Government of Canada over the last 2 years in relation to getting to a point where we could have an interim management plan. We feel that the management plan should be done on the basis of consensus, and we are at a point where we have non-consensus regarding the use of the interim management plan and the final management plan. We have a goal of looking to resolve that impasse, but currently we do not have an interim management plan for the Tulutu Imanga National Marine Conservation Area.
Jonathan, for the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. On the same subject, you've also indicated that that Kikitani Inuit Association does not agree with the proposed land use designation in the 2021 draft plan for the Tuluti Imanga National Marine Conservation Area. And I'm wondering if the Kikitani Inuit Association has specific recommendations on how the land use plan should be revised in the next version. Thank you.
It's about Richard Payton, Kikitani Inuit Association. We are proposing that when it comes to the designations for Inuit-owned lands within the region, that we are still working on a proposal that we aim to include within our final submission in 2023. I can say what was said here today is that for the Kikitani Inuit Association, designation as it applies within the Nunavut land use planning process are ones that for the Kikitani Inuit Association impede on the governance structure that the Kikitani Inuit Association has in place with respect to Inuit-owned lands, and that we would seek to have limitations on what those designations could mean for Inuit-owned lands. We're still working on submission in respect of Inuit-owned lands, and we could consider potentially looking at either having Inuit-owned lands completely removed from the land use planning process, but we're not adverse right now to potentially looking at what the other regions are considering in Nunavut.
Thank you. Jonathan, further questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for your responses. You've indicated ongoing work with the Kikitalu Wildlife Board to identify more detailed recommendations on caribou habitat in particular, and that this work would continue in December. I'd just like to confirm that the Kikitani Inuit Association's intention is to conclude this work before the close of the record on January 10th. And as a follow-up to that, we note that you've indicated that at this time you have not conclusively identified Inuit goals and objectives for Inuit-owned lands, and that it would be premature to identify direction on these areas. Could you clarify whether these upcoming discussions with the Kikitalu Wildlife Board would be adequate to determine Inuit goals and objectives for these lands that fall within important caribou habitat? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll make sure that
Thank you, Chair.
Jonathan,
Thank you for your question, Jonathan. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, we had a meeting with Kikitani Wildlife Board, and we spoke about the caribou, and there will be a meeting in Iqaluit on December 4. We will revisit our concerns related to caribou, and Inuit-owned lands will be on agenda as well. We will do a written submission before January 10th, and we will prepare the submission in our December meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to link back to some of the discussion this morning on food security and also food sovereignty, the Commission notes that in 2019, the Kikitani Inuit Association prepared a report entitled Food Sovereignty and Harvesting. And we're just wondering if the Kikitani Inuit Association could comment on the value of regional land use planning in supporting the goals of the Kikitani Inuit Association in achieving food sovereignty for Inuit of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Chair. We have plans, and we know what we should be doing now with food security. The cost of food game. The game is becoming harder and harder to find in this region for food source. As a result, we wanted to do research and how the food insecurity is in North Baffin. It's very scarce at times. I cannot answer your question right now. If you cannot provide an answer, you can make submission prior to January 10. We will look into this and provide an answer to the question later. And please, just a reminder to state your name for the record. Jonathan, do you have any further questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again to the representatives for your previous responses. The Commission has heard today and previously the concerns regarding the negotiation of Inuit impact and benefit agreements and the recommendations that the land use plan not preclude the negotiation of future Inuit impact and benefit agreements. I'm just wondering if the Kikitanu Inuit Association acknowledges any difference between the establishment of conservation areas through legislation under the agreement and the mandate of the Nunavut Planning Commission to prepare land use plans separately to those processes. Thank you.
Going to make it's about Richard
Thank
Payton.
you, Chair. Richard Payton, QIA.
So I believe I heard the question as to whether or not there's a delineation between the existing conservation areas and what we would propose within the context of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. I can say that more detailed information in relation to our position on Inuit impact and benefit agreements will be forthcoming. What our submission here today in terms of the presentation is as it relates to the distinction of the potential to impede on Inuit's rights to negotiate future Inuit impact and benefit agreements, and the potential that the proposed plan has on existing Inuit impact and benefit agreements, specifically the key migratory bird habitats and future proposed territorial parks, conclusion of the agreements within Tarutu-Imanga National Marine Conservation that would include Tuvalu-Ituk, and the potential for migratory bird sanctuaries, national wildlife areas, and Canadian heritage rivers. So I hope in part that helps answer the question sought, but also with an understanding that we will add additional information in our future submission to the Nunavut Planning Commission.
Thank you. John, have you concluded your questions? Brian? Thank you, Chair. Brian Aglokak, Nunavut Planning Commission. I didn't have any questions planned today, but during your presentation in relation to caribou habitat, it's good to hear that there are concerns and researches that will be discussed in your December meeting. And will you be able to talk with your communities in North Baffin, or will this be public hearing or discussed only by the board? Thank you, Chair Solomon Evan, QIA. Thank you, Brian, for your question. I briefly mentioned QIA and Tagalog Wildlife Board and HTOs in Baffin communities. They have their own local committees, and we are in touch with them so we could discuss caribou problem within Baffin region. At our last meeting with HCOs in Iqaluit, we heard about their concerns, and they're very concerned about caribou calving grounds and caribou crossing. And at that meeting, it was important revelation that we should be more aware of Inuit Kauimaya and have them documented. They're not fully documented, and we plan to pursue documenting these important sites. So we will further discuss it when Kikaktaluk Wildlife Board at their next meeting, and we will work with them closely, and whatever information we acquired from this group will be passed on to you. And appears no planning commission have any more questions. I will turn it now to the community delegates to see what your questions are. Elijah. Thank you, Chair. I have a question related to polar bears. If I may talk about it a bit to our locality. As long as it's not about quota, you may proceed. We want to focus on our proceedings here. Please go ahead. And during 1960s, quotas were imposed. And authorities were saying that Inuit were harvesting too many polar bears, and we were told that the polar bear population was decreasing drastically. It wasn't very good to Inuit who depend on the polar bear as food source. And the polar bears have been doing very poorly too for food source. It has been very bad for them today. And there has been no research how these species should be cared for because they're in very poor condition today. The researchers should be able to determine now where polar bear dens, other wildlife, wolves, foxes. I am not saying I'm against these other species who are taking food sources for the polar bear. We used to use dogs. We were doing well. And I think we still have to look back to see how it was. If we are going to do any planning, which would include why quota system was imposed. In our areas, there are many polar bear dens that are endangered by many things, including exploration and disturbance to their habitats. How can we ensure that these areas are protected? And once they are gone, we are not able to see them increase in population. Thank you. As mentioned, it's outside of what we are here, what our proceedings is about. We're not here to discuss fur prices and other animal-related economic benefits. Thank you, Hamlet Councillor. In relation to QIA presentations regarding Lancaster Sound, and you said during your negotiations that did not come to any conclusion. Lancaster Sound, as you mentioned, was to become a national water park. Are you still in negotiations? Why are you talking about negotiations that have not concluded?
Inuit Association. The interim management plan for Tulutub Imanga is considered a co-management process. And for Inuit, we have a plan. We are understanding what needs to go into the plan, including specific restrictions on marine shipping, restrictions on ice breaking, measures to protect seasonal ice features, and the ability for Inuit to exercise their rights to travel with access to harvest and the region in general. And the interim management plan from within the Kikitani Inuit Association's perspective is ready to go. But from a co-management perspective on the part of the Government of Canada, it is not seen in the same way. And so we are negotiating with Canada to advance an Inuit position on co-management for the area. So that is an ongoing process, and we hope to have that resolved very soon.
Thank you, Chair Naaman Inara, HTO. Lancaster Sound, as in your presentation, related to IIBA. It appears that you are still in negotiations for the benefits of the communities in North Baffin. We are not aware that HTO committees are not part of what you are negotiating with Canada. We have just recently heard, and near the Lancaster area, especially Arctic Bay, Resolute Bay, Grease Fjord, and Michimatalik, what benefit have we been, what negotiations have been going on? And we heard briefly through rumors that there was to be a training center. It has been in work, and it has been discussed in length by QIA and Baffin Land. and both claim that it would be beneficial to the region as an institution. Now we, as community HTOs, no one has approached us to participate what's being planned for our regions. We are the community organization that are concerned with the environment. The idea that you have mentioned is in good form, but still we are excluded when Lancaster Sound is discussed. Whatever you are planning related to this waterway, we are asking to be part of the negotiations. Thank you, Chair, or thank you. You are directly participating. USHTO in this community, you are part of a subcommittee of QIA. You are participant. Name in our HTO. We're not aware. We're not aware. We don't even have members identified to sit on the board that you have mentioned, planning committee. I think both of your organization could discuss this privately and come to your own conclusions. Thank you, Chair. Chris Anglaw, Yumayok, Arctic Bay HTO. Listening to topics, interesting, hard to understand at times. We have abundant wildlife, and we want to safeguard our wildlife to a great extent. There have been knowledge for a long time that we have abundant wildlife. I didn't realize that we would be having problems management of it. And the deadline for the commission to receive submission, and you mentioned that the file will be closed on that date. Although there are still very much concerns with land use plans, especially the cruise ships and larger vessels. Although I haven't been participating that long, and I'm just starting to hear and learn what I'm hearing. I wasn't supposed to be representing my community, because the one who was supposed to be here has to go on medical. Now hearing this, I'm quite anxious to participate. And there are many cruise ships coming into the communities. And then it was mentioned, and it's true, that we don't even know what part of the shorelines or areas that are visiting or mooring for sightseeing. There's no information who authorized their arrival, and they have no idea where walrus hollouts and other mammals are. Even at times, Coast Guard have their own way where they stop and where they travel to. And January 10 is so close. I'm saying this because I have a concern about wildlife in our area, caribou. And looking at the maps where the crossings are, camping grounds, many of them are not documented on the maps. Thank you. Levi Barnabas, QIA. I'll answer the question and it will be supplemented in a bit. Lancaster Sound